Good morning. Welcome to the Research Summit 2021. This welcome is for those who are here in this room, but also for those who are following us in Zoom or YouTube. It's a very important day for the university because it's one day in which we think together about our research direction and where we are going. So we had a very interesting program. And I wish to thank our invited speakers, Dr. Caterina Mezin-Oliveira, present here, who will address us on the challenges of health and clinical academic sectors in times of trouble, and also Professor Stefan Alexander from Brown University on links between music and physics. And that's very apt for the topic of this year, which, as you know, has to do with arts and science and innovation in these times of trouble. And in my very, very brief opening address, I wish just to point out the common link between arts and science and innovation. It's creation, in my mind, out of the many ways in which we can enrich ourselves as persons, or society as a whole. Creation, making new things, so far unheard of. And when I say things, I want to encompass concepts, ideas, projects, and even physical things. This is a very fundamental and key idea. And artistic creation is part of that also. And it's creation that has led the human race up to where it stands now. So I think we have a wonderful opportunity today to discuss all these matters together where they belong, because there are no compartments in science or in arts or the human mind as a whole. So I wish you all a very pleasant day, a very fruitful discussion, and I can't wait for next year's research summit. So I'll leave you with Vice Rector for Research, Priscilla. Thank you.
welcome to this third Research Summit. Even with this pandemic situation, we go ahead with this event and we have the three possibilities to attend. Our here in the auditorium, also in the Zoom and in the YouTube. It's the full opportunities to attend the meeting. Not only in the last two events, we have some themes, some subjects that were not so wide, and there was always one or two research units that did not feel the subject. But this year we choose one that were wide and open for all the research units, and we will have all the research units presenting here some of the results, some of the achievements, some of the challenges. And I thank all of the directors, coordinators of the research units to be here with us. The first day will be the day that we call Plenary Day, and 2 days after it will be to present teachers from these students and also from the students from the first cycle and from the first year of the master student. It was a challenge that I have into the research units, and this year I hope to have more than we have, but the pandemic situation will not allow to have a big number that I was expecting. Another thing that I would like to thank is those that discuss with me the theme and subject that we have for today, especially Susanna Sarah, that we discussed to reach this theme, that research and innovation in terms of travel. So it's also thanks to this discussion that we reached this theme. So I would like to start with to thank all the colleagues that is involved in the organization of this research summit that we will have today. In terms of the project, the program for today, we have seen it. The director has already highlighted 2 of the presentations. But so we will start with Sora Catarina, and then the research units. We'll have also a roundtable near noon, where we discuss the challenge that we will have for research for the next years. Then we have our community from the West, that is thanks to the American one that we have with us. And after some other presentations from the research units, we will close with the Minister of Health that will be with us virtually. In the days after, we will have, as I said, the presentations, the pitch from the PhD students and from the students from the site involved in the research during this year. There is some issues about this organization, and after the research units, we will have a questionnaire to see how we can improve these 2 days, and also perhaps involve also the students and the directors of the doctoral programs in the organization to see if we overcome the issues that are behind these pitches. We have all the doctoral programs involved, and we have a big number of students involved that will be more or less 700. And I thank all of them to be available, to be involved, and we will have, as you have seen, 7 rooms, well, logically seven virtual holes, not physical holes, where we will have these pitches. After that, we, as in the practice for years, I would like to present some of our numbers, some important numbers. The first one, it's about the ongoing projects, and we can see the evolution between 2016 and 2020. Of course, this shows the number of projects by the type of the financial source. We can see the left side, and in fact we can see the average of the budget that we have. Of course, that we divide by three, because as you may know, or as you know, the projects normally is 3 years, so we divide to see an average that we have. That was a big step between 2017 and 2018, and then we maintain a little bit. It is a little bit increase, but we maintain, let's say, the budget that we have for the projects. We can move also to the starting project mid-year, and as you have seen, and I will show in the graph. Here we can see also that 2018, that was the big number that we have from the FCT, and it's why we have the total number of projects for 2018. It's a big number, and then we have maintained around 18 projects. But even in this case, you can see if you look to 2020, although we maintain the same number of projects, the budget is higher than in 2019. But if we look to these graphics, immediately we can see that 2018 it was FCT responsible for all the numbers that we have, and in 2020 is the innovation that you see, what is the act. It's easier to see what is the source of the big number that we have. But when we move to the master, to PhD, we can see also that in 2018 there was a small increase in the master thesis. Now we are increasing a little bit, but if we look to 2020 also in the PhD, this is that we're going to have an important increase in the number of PhD thesis. This is output from research. Of course, that we can look to the above graphs, where we can see the total number of publications. As you know, we have here is grouped in 3 years time, but there is an increase in total number of publications and total number of citations. But the important one is to look at the numbers of the graphs that are shown below. Is the total citations per publication. This is very important. And see, so we still increase our numbers, it's good. And also for the top publication that we have also an increase. And in the last 2 years, we have a big increase in this number. This will in terms of output of our research. It's different services here. It's insights from the web, and this is Cyber, as you know, is we have a contract with Elsevier, with Cyber, where we can have all this information, and this is about the outputs of the research and based on the collaboration. And as you can see, the big part of this collaboration is international collaboration, that we have more than 50% of our publication involved international collaboration. This is, you can see the map of the world, and where we have from where we have the collaborations. Of course, that the European Europe is the place where you have more population than is expected. As it is normal, I would like to highlight here the important project that we have. In this slide, we show the two ARC grants, one from Joan from CISEC, another from Sonia Cruz from CISAM. That is, we can replace both for these important ARCs. It's also show the amount of money involved in each one of them. And also the two other ARC proof of concepts. One, as you know, is correlated with the ARC that we have. And one is also from Roma, from CISEC, another is from Parte, from CISEC 2. It's smaller in terms of budget, but it's important in terms of recognition of the work that they are doing. So, you have also our research, I think you like the team that we choose for having the research part is we still collecting it. We are in the 11th volume, and I hope to enjoy the highlights that we choose and also the information that we can find there. So this is the information that normally happens here, and now I go immediately to present our first speaker. So I would like to thank to accept my invitation to be here with us. In here that we have obtained the creation of our clinical academic center. I invite Secretary to be here with us to discuss with us the challenges for health and also for the academic center that we will face nowadays due to the pandemic, but not only that we have several challenges that we are facing. So Secretary was professor of two, I say was because nowadays it's more devoted to other things, but it's still very active in the main some topics that I collect and I put here for your information. So I'd like to call you to the stage, and I'm very happy to be here that you are here with us to present your thoughts about these things.
So, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Silva for the very kind introduction. First of all, I would like to address my compliments to the director of the University of Aveiro, Professor Paulo Jorge Ferreira, and to thank Professor Dr. Silva, Vice Rector for Research, Innovation and First Cycle, for giving me the opportunity to participate in the 2021 Research Summit. So in my talk today, I'm going to share with you our views about the challenges to health and to clinical academic centers in times of trouble and uncertainty. Sorry, I'm going to talk and to focus on the role of the academic centers as drivers of innovation in healthcare, and really to assume that there is no high quality of healthcare without innovation and without the support of research. So in the last years, the way science is being performed changed dramatically. Today's science is increasingly data-driven and really ensure interoperability across large-scale data sets from multiple data sources and scientific domains is mandatory. So moving from small scale to big scale collaborations, to big groups that bring together skills, technical and financial resources capable of tackling big problems is really a challenge. And we need to forget our egos and to work together, not only internationally, but also at the national level. So the creation and management of large databases is mandatory. The development of these predictive algorithms is important when we think about health research in health. The simulation of cell, tissue, and organ function in health and disease is really important, and we must remember that the best model to study health problems is the human being. The development of these interactive supercomputing technologies and artificial intelligence is present in all our projects in health. The development of these novel methodologies and technologies supported by different disciplines in transdisciplinary approaches is also always present, and in health, particularly in health sciences, we work with society. What does it mean? That it means that the empowerment of citizens is important, and citizens and patients must be in the center of the decision. So it's not an easy task to work in health research. Simultaneously, the healthcare system faces several challenges, and I have here just 5 challenges. The first one, we are asked in healthcare to improve service quality while reducing costs. We have to redesign patients' pathways, including GPs, including the health units in this pathway. We must shift the emphasis from treatment to prevention, accelerate the translation of discovery in patient benefits, and as we have seen in pandemic times, we have to invest in the preparedness of the health services. And we must not forget that probably this future pandemic are going to appear, and really pandemic related with the climate changes will be probably the next one. I will say that it is already here. So health is really a key factor for social and economic stability. And this was quite evident during this pandemic. So clinical academic centers are really the ideal context or the ideal environment to address some of these challenges. So clinical academic centers are partnerships between the units of the National Health Services and universities or higher education institutions, and they should be the engines of innovation. So, by integrating these different structures from health units, neighborhood hospitals, to teaching research units, with the main objective to promote this advance and application of knowledge and scientific evidence to the improvement of health, I would say that they will be, and that they are, really the right environment to create knowledge and to follow to innovation. I would like to ask you for the timeline of the implementation of clinical academic centers in our country. And really, it's not a very new idea. They started in 2016, and in 2016, the National Council of the Clinical Academic Centers was created, and really the concept of these clinical academic centers was really established and introduced. In 2017, the entities of the National Health Services were really allowed to participate in the creation of these clinical academic centers as structures integrating teaching, research, and health care. In 2018, a lot of laws were produced, as we are going to see. I think the Agência de Investigação Clínica e Inovação Biomédica was created as an entity that aims to promote clinical research and translational research in the area of health and also biomedical innovation. In the same year, it was published a law allowing the simplification of some administrative procedures, so contributing or aiming to contribute to an attractive environment and competitive environment at the international level also. And in the same year, clinical academic centers were really the rules in this that determine the functioning of these clinical academic centers were published, and also the pilot projects of the university hospitals, integrating these clinical academic centers, and also it was published that 30% of the normal period of work of MDs could be or should be dedicated to research, clinical research and translational research, and also to teaching. So the clinical academic centers were created. The rules were published, and really we have these clinical academic centers supported by 4 pillars: research, innovation, education and training, and healthcare. And the main goal of these clinical academic centers is really to produce new knowledge, innovation, research, and so being at the forefront of patient care, of basic and clinical research, and in the translation of knowledge to creation of value, health, education, and innovation. However, some items, namely those regarding dedicated time to research and the initial financial support, so seed money to start the activity of these clinical academic centers, they are written in law, of course, but they are not yet implemented. So the clinical academic centers play really an important role by performing 5 public functions: to provide patients with diagnoses that are not easy to get at other clinical institutions, train the doctors of the future, perform the highest standard clinical research, translate the expertise into social applications, and to provide the training of a variety of professionals in the healthcare sector. So I would say that clinical academic centers are key players leading to advances in health, in well-being, by integrating these different areas: research, healthcare, education, and training. But there are some threats regarding this kind of organization. Really, the universities and the hospitals, they are partners in these clinical centers, but they risk being driven apart. Really, the target and the management culture of the national health services and academia are quite different. The budgets are quite different. Furthermore, there is at the national level, or there has been present until now, a lack of emphasis on clinical and translational research in the health, in the field of health. And there are imminent financial pressures. So these are threats to the implementation of these clinical academic centers. So the idea of these clinical academic centers being a partnership between universities, hospitals, healthcare providers, and research institutes. They are intended to ensure that the medical research breakthroughs they lead to direct clinical benefits for patients. However, the model of governance of these clinical academic centers that can be consortium, simple partnerships, or associations, the less frequent way of organization in our country, this model of governance is really critical and can be a weakness for this kind of organizations. So I would say that autonomy is crucial to the function of these clinical academic centers. Really, this coherence of goals for different tasks and some other functions in a single institution, the clinical academic center, would be a strength, but it is not easy, because they need to have an adequate staff and resources. The resources of these clinical academic centers are under the responsibility of two ministries, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Science, Technology and Higher Education. And these clinical academic centers must get funds from public money, I would say city money, and from other sources for scientific research. So it is fundamental and critical to implement the evaluation of this the activity of these clinical academic centers, just for getting funding. And this new agency, ICT, was indicated by FCT to coordinate this evaluation of clinical academic centers. And really, the way this evaluation is performed was established in the law of 2018. And this evaluation is being performed every 4 years by an external advisory board. So the evaluation criteria should take into account the coherence of the clinical academic centers strategic plan and the quality and the value of the cooperative organization. This process is regarding the evaluation process would be performed during this year, and all the documents needed to implement these evaluation procedures are some of them already done, and others under the evaluation by FCT. Clinical academic centers, the strategic plans should be aligned with the European policy initiatives. And we must look to the health cluster, European health cluster in research, and to identify the 6 areas of intervention. And really, we must really align all the strategic plans with these initiatives. As you know, we have health partnerships under the Horizon Europe, partnerships for funding and also institutional partnerships. And we have also these missions, and in health, cancer mission is the mission of this Horizon Europe. And really, the aim is by 2030, more than 3 million lives will be saved, living longer and better. As you see, supported by the understanding of the overall processes, the implementation of prevention, of diagnostics, of support to aim increase the quality of life of the patients, and finally to ensure equitable access to all these things. Another organizational kind of organization regarding this clinical academic centers is the Council of Clinical Academic Centers. It is an umbrella organization for this for the support of the clinical academic centers initiatives. So the main aim of this council is to foster interinstitutional cooperation at this level, and really to foster and support national and international networking. So networking is behind all our projects. So our vision is that clinical academic centers will be drivers of innovation in healthcare through the integration of excellence in these three areas: research, education and training, and patient care. Really moving through this continuum from research to healthcare and prevention of disease, translating science discoveries into clinical practice and transforming the nature of healthcare, preparing these qualified human resources and health professionals capable of transforming healthcare, and promoting innovation through education. So this structure, bringing together hospitals, primary healthcare units with the knowledge of universities and other higher education institutes, presents itself as an ideal context to address health issues in a consequent way. This structure is being created by law, and the challenge that involves all of us is in the implementation of the clinical academic center in our institutions. So I would like to thank you for your attention and really let this phrase or this program that limitations are boundaries created only by our mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catarina. Some comments or some remarks or some challenge for Catarina. Oh, I will put one. The law says that the hospital may, as you point out, to give 30% of the time from them this to work on research. Do you think that it will be possible in very soon? Because I think it's one aspect that the directors of the hospital think a lot of it on this time, on this 30% of the time from the MDs.
Really, this dedicated time to clinical research has been along the years, has been I would say the most difficult to implement in this way at trying to promote clinical research. Really, it is consignated in the law, and we are trying and we are working with our health entities, the Ministry of Health, and also the Ministry of Science and Technology, because we have two ministers involved. We are really working in being able to reach this goal, which is really critical. Because we don't need to have all MDs, all other professionals working in clinical research. but those who are really, who wish and who feel they like to do it, they should have protected time to do it. And also to, because clinical research is really very important, not only because of the creation of knowledge. If you think about academic clinical trials, for example, and other projects in the different areas of clinical research. Also the involvement in clinical trials promoted by the industry is very important, because we can contribute to the implementation of new therapies, and this is really something that we must be obliged to do if we think on our patients and on the well-being of society, and really hospitals and the hospitals administration could save money by being involved in these clinical trials promoted by industry, because the patients have access to new therapies that wouldn't be possible in other circumstances. So I think it is something that the administration boards of the hospitals should think about, really.
I will provoke you with one thing that you refer. The funding from these academic centers will be some public, as you referred, seed money, and also from other researchers like projects and so. And what about clinical trials? Can be also a source of funding the academic center or not?
Yes, it can be. It depends really on the way the administrative council or board of the hospitals really think that being involved in a clinical academic center is something good for them and for the patients, of course. And really, for example, in clinical trials promoted by industry, the administrative board of the hospitals must really have overheads on these clinical trials, and a percentage of these overheads could be to funding the clinical academic centers. We have some good examples in Portugal, just a few, but good examples of this way of working, and really the reinvestment of the money got through the clinical trials, the reinvestment in clinical research. So in the funding of the projects and other initiatives.
Some comments, if no, Odette.
Thank you for being a
Odette, wait a moment, because it's necessary the microphone. I thought that this thing works, but it's not.
Thank you for being a question. With the archive to present as the current candidate, it's obvious that it's a new paradigm, a new way of doing health research. This, I guess, demands new structures, new way of organizing
It's
space.
difficult to understand because of the mask. Sorry.
Okay. So I guess it's a new way of doing health, so to speak. Probably new spaces, new organizational spaces. And I think that's very demanding. Are we organized for that? And so financially, it looks like to be very demanding. How can we get the best to organize these new working spaces? And should the finance minister be the third one on the list, it would make life more difficult, but.
So financing, so just financing will depend on the quality of the strategic plan that the clinical academic center has designed. So in this evaluation process, we are planning to have a first phase, I would say, just with our international evaluators board, just looking to the strategic plan of the clinical academic center and evaluating the quality of this plan. And then we will have presential visits to the spaces that are organized, and only at the end of these visits to the spaces, the funding will be clearly distributed. Probably seed money, first funding, but the funding that allows to start the activity. And the clinical academic center itself should be active and proactive in really applying to these goals, these European goals, and to all these opportunities that exist. And for example, next Friday, we will have a public session involving all the administrations of the hospitals. They all were invited to be present, of course, just presenting these opportunities that the Horizon Europe opens in the area of health. Really, our hospitals have, but really their application to these calls, European calls, has been not very good. But we have some, because hospitals simply they don't have fund. And but we have good examples. I would say that in the last European program, only 6% of our hospitals got funding from the projects, and really we I think want to really promote this active participation of hospitals, because hospitals are very important. We don't have clinical research without hospitals. We don't have clinical research without patients. So I think there is, or there are very good opportunities, but the hospitals must apply. Their strategies should also involve this kind of collaborations, and really we have really to collaborate even at the national level to be able to be attractive to other international groups.
Yes. Well, if you have no more comments, I will thank Secretary once again for this wonderful presentation to show us some of the opportunities to the careers. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Now, we move on to the presentation from Centuries, and I call to start. Well, we are having some sound issues, and we are trying to improve them.
Please let us know the bus.
Okay, I will. Okay, good morning, everyone. So my name is Gonçalo, and I'm here on behalf of my research unit, GovCop. And I will be talking about public health and how our research group is approaching this topic in times of trouble. So, and I will begin by, if the computer allows me. Is this counting for the 10 minutes I have? Okay. Like I say, I will begin by recalling Wilfrid Period. In the 19th century, while he was in his small vegetable garden, this Italian sociologist and economist noticed that 20% of his pea pods contains 80% of the peas. And he found that extremely interesting. And as an economist, he went to see if any other pattern, the same pattern was observed in any circumstances, different circumstances. And he found out that the distribution of wealth in Italy followed the same pattern. 80% of the lands were at the hands of 20% of the owners. And he later on, amazed by discovery, he noticed that the distribution of the wealth followed what he would later call as a principle of Pareto, or the 80-20 rule. Of course, this rule is applied the same pattern in some other areas, from information technologies, but also from quality management, for instance. Joseph Juram is a guru, a known guru from quality management. He found out also that some few factors are responsible for most of the defects observed in product quality. So, so when we approach those, if you want to approach those many defects, we only follow what he called as the law of the vital few, only on those few factors that are responsible. This same phenomenon we can see in the health domain as well. In 1997, Mark Woolhouse, professor and epidemiologist from the University of Edinburgh, he proposed the same rule to describe the transmission of certain infectious disease. By that time, he was talking mainly about HIV and malaria, and he noticed that most of the contagious, 80% of the contagious were made by 20% of the cases. The same super dissemination process pattern was found in 2003 SARS epidemic, in which 20% of the cases caused almost 90% of the transmission. And the same pattern is being found, several studies about the COVID-19 presenting some similar behavior. Interestingly, we can find as well a geographic perspective here. So if you look at the territory, in many territories, but we can look at the Portuguese national territory. For instance, up until mid-February this year, SARS-CoV-2 infected almost 800,000 people in Portugal. And the two metropolitan areas, which account for a little bit more than 5% of the territory, they account for almost 60% of the national cases. And this geographical perspective was also found in many other studies, that they found smaller number of neighborhoods at a different scale, of course, but the small neighborhoods of several cities account for the majority of cases. So many explanations about that. But if we can continue in the health domain, and we can go from this healthcare or transmissible perspective to public health. In 2009, Earl Ford, an epidemiologist from Atlanta, he found that the combination of 4 healthy lifestyle factors, maintaining a healthy weight, practice exercise regularly, following a health diet and no smoking, is associated with a reduction of up to 80% of the risk of developing chronic disease. This, in fact, is in line with the main recommendations from, for instance, the World Health Organization, which reinforce the current global health trends in the adoption of healthy lifestyle behaviors. But if we look at some countries, like Portugal, for instance, if you looked at the public sector expenditure on health promotion and disease prevention, it remains insignificant. So we see almost 80% of the expenditure is used in curative, rehabilitative, and long-term care. So, and the World Health Organization report in 2019 noticed that Portugal is one of the 4 countries in Europe where the share of public health expenditure has decreased between 2000 and 2017. And the OECD also in this vintage report in 2020 said that the same pattern was followed in 2018. So this raises a lot of challenges for us in terms of also public health and to look at this comprehensive, to have a comprehensive approach. And we need to learn from similar patterns, and we need to learn from the past and the present on this. Since the cholera outbreaks in the 19th century, the tuberculosis in New York in the 20th century, the initial 20th century, SARS in Asia. And if we look at those phenomena, we can see that priority, of course, understandably, was assigned to immediate responses to public health emergencies, delaying the fight against social causes. And we have social cause and social unequal impacts. Communities are marked by poverty and poor hygiene, and health conditions in terms of housing, location of services and residences, and mobility. So, and the spatial context on this may contribute, and we have several evidence on this, contribute to the persistence of inequalities. Of course, it's not easy to address this subject. Human settlements are necessary in terms of scales, of course, but it is possible to influence the spatial patterns of features and amenities in the built environment for the benefit, of course, of health and equity in health. So we look at this and the importance of policies. Policies on this, especially at the local level as well, from the micro to the micro scale, and decisions on this can create or worsen major health risks for populations, or they can foster healthier environments and lifestyles and create healthy and resilient communities. So policymakers need, of course, information for this, need, of course, to focus on building knowledge through research, and such knowledge accrues, of course, from its assimilation to promote what we call generative learning from research. So, and what can we do? So this has been one of our questions we've been making ourselves, and our research group is trying to address this question. And in fact, what we believe and we are focusing is that this COVID-19 pandemic may serve, of course, as a moment to reframe public health research and fine-tune cities on this. So to identify the problems and needs of local communities, to increase the awareness of alternative ways of doing things, to change policies, to promote the participation, of course, of citizens and other stakeholders, the governance mechanism, through research processes, and to understand the impact of policies and programs on well-being of communities. So, in the Greek mythology, I heard there was Procrus was well, he received as a son of Poseidon. He received this in his dueling, the travelers that was passing by, and they were tired, and he offered their home, the dwelling, and this, to spend the night there. But he had a peculiar sense of hospitality. So he had a twisted mind, we may say that. So he wanted the travelers, when they were sleeping, to fit in his beds. Well, some might say that he has 2 beds. And those 2 beds, so the travelers would never fit in the bed. So if they were bigger than the beds, he would cut off the legs and the arms. And if they were smaller than the beds, he would stretch them. Hence the procrus means the stretcher. So he would stretch them. So what we say at the end, all of them died. So eventually he got killed by disease with the same method. But what we need is to avoid progressive trap. So instead of stretching and cutting off limbs to fit the bed, we have to do the opposite. So we have to choose wisely the bed. And this means to look at policies from, at least from the macro level, to increase the expenditure on health promotion and disease prevention, and from other scales as well, from other policies, to escape from the perfect fitting suit or the one-size-fits-all approach, and developing and articulating territorially based interventions, of course. And from now on, we need to also to discuss, to debate, and research the city we have nowadays, what kind of city we need, the desired city, to prevent similar occurrences. And this means looking at micro and proximity interventions, but also looking at structural interventions: poverty, housing and transport, access, services, air quality, food systems. So, and this is what we are trying to do in our research group. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Peço desculpa. E o quê? Não está a procurar. É escolher.
Significa que não estamos fora da janela.
Pois, onde é que está o som? Não, tens que clicar no botão central. Screen 2, screen 2. Faz lá. Share. Share. Ok, ok. Ok, isso. Para maximizar, desculpa. Ok, pronto, já dá. Vamos usar assim. Como é PDF, ele não está a assumir os dois ecrãs. Consegue seguir por ele? Consegue.
Okay, so hello everybody. Thank you. I have to follow from the big screen. So, art, science, and innovation in times of trouble. When Artur Silva set up this challenge, we said three things. The first was, oh God. Then it was good. It makes us, and the reason we have to look to our research in a different way. And that is quite interesting because it made us think about what RISCO, the research unit that is in the civil engineering department, could do in terms of contribution in times of trouble. So that's what I will try to present to you in a very fast way, since I have 30 slides. But if I can, but I can't. So I think, so I have to do it even faster. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we are a small research unit, around 50, 60 members, and we have these three main goals focused on risks assessment and mitigation in construction, sustainability in construction, and built heritage conservation. And because we have this kind of dimension, we have to grow through collaboration and focus really in the contribution for future and actual challenges that we have. So we have thought about these contributions of risk in times of trouble, and we try to think a little bit about what kind of troubles we have from these three different strategic goals that set us our strategic plan. So we have natural and anthropogenic hazards like fire, earthquakes, and so on. Pandemics has also become one of the troubles that we faced in construction, and sustainability, the resource efficiency is important, climate changes, wastes, durability, these are issues that are important there, and of course heritage loss, aging and degradation, these are the troubles we have to deal when we think about built heritage conservation. So we look upon our focus, which is to promote resilient and sustainable cities and sustainable environments. And the usual things that we work on, structural integrity, preservation of solutions, smart and eco-efficient solutions, well-being, energy efficiency, and so on. And we try to look from this point of view of troubles for what was going on in our research unit. So, and trying to relate that with the 8 UN sustainable goals that we deal with. So we set up very quickly with some examples of what could be RISCO contributions in these 3 different areas. I will go through very quickly on these issues that represents projects going on and research and publications and so on. And this will be available in our RISCO webpage tomorrow, so you can go into there and see who is working in what and try to contact them, because as I said, it's very important for us to have this multidisciplinary approach to the collaboration with other research units, not only in the University of Aveiro, but outside, and also in and outside the civil engineering area. So we have, in terms of risk in construction, starting with this strategic goal, people working on the earthquake or seismic events, and this is an international work going on, trying to estimate the impact, to set up models to better face earthquakes or floods during pandemic situations, for instance, to bring about stable emergency responses. We have also the analysis of seismic risks in industrial facilities. That is a project going on that tries to estimate what kind of socio-economical impact associated with seismic events and propose sustainable retrofitting solutions. We have also the benefit cost analysis for earthquake risk reduction. This is set up for the Portuguese masonry, typically masonry building stock, and what kind of retrofitting strategies can be used to cope with these fatality events. And apart from people dealing with earthquakes, we also have people that tries to set things on fire. We have a fire lab here in the university, and this group is working on not only issues concerned about fire following earthquakes, but fire in itself, the resistance of structures, the development of recommendations for the Euro codes, and so on. Structural safety of stainless steel structures. We combine this fire with some expertise in the metallic construction that exists in our research unit, and develop calculation models and design stainless steel structural members that could be exposed with fires with greater strength. Fire design of steel columns. So this is the kind of things that the group of researchers are doing concerning this natural hazard, natural and sometimes anthropogenic hazard that comes about and affects our buildings and cities. The other, going from fire to water, we have what we call the coastal erosion. And here we have a group of people that has, this results from 2 different projects that are working on how to manage coastal erosion in our coasts. So this is quite an important issue from a natural hazard, sometimes intensified by man. And what's the best kind of intervention options that exists to, and the assessment of the performance of these strategies are being done. Also, what kind of tools should be applied. Comaso is a software that was developed from this group that allow us to follow up this coastal erosion. So this is a quite interesting work that has also some multidisciplinary approach here. And from the point of view of sustainability in constructions, moving to that second goal, we have, and making the link with the health issues, we have a recent approved R&D mobilizer project that is called Activas and is set up on built environments with that promotes an active, safe and healthy life. So this is a combination with the health cluster, the habitat cluster and the ICT cluster, but with 21 partners that is going on. And that has some contribution from us. Going through materials and the control in terms of sustainability, which is very important, the durability question. And this sustainability issue is thought in terms of minimizing thermal cracks that can injure quite big structures, namely concrete structures. Light steel framing is also a typical emerging type of construction that we have that is quite interesting from the sustainability point of view due to the reversibility that it implies and to the lightweight. So this is some works being done here in terms not only of the structural aspect, but also to the energy efficiency of this kind of constructions. This is a project going by with some company. And then moving to also water and the possibility of developing solutions, namely a WC modular solution. This is a project going by with in co-promotion with companies for underdeveloped countries, which poses a problem, and this is the kind of contribution for the sustainability in construction. Also, from the materials point of view, the use of geosynthetics is also the target for research in our unit as alternative materials to natural resources. This the circular economy model leads us very much into this field, and to propose models and for geosynthetics, allowing for the increase in durability of these solutions. And also from the point of view of water, the relation between water, energy, and CO2 emissions that has been dealing in this in our group. The performance of buildings regarding water and energy efficiency is something that is going on. Today, it's an important trouble for the construction of our buildings and cities. And going back again to the coastal erosion from the point of view of the performance of the interventions that are made in order to preserve the coastal area is something that is going by very active in this group. and moving to the built heritage conservation, where art assume a paper, not only science and innovation. Of course, we have a group working on these traditional materials, our azulejo, the glazed tile facades, that will concern not only with the materials, but the preservation and the compatibility of the retrofitting solutions. This is quite important in a few cities in Portugal. Troubles that can come up from the lack of maintenance in building is also something that is being addressed from the introducing some digital tools into like BIM into this analysis. This building information model on buildings is also being addressed in this in terms of our built heritage conservation from the point of view of even seismic events or other kind of events that can damage like aging and degradation of buildings, and looking for also in terms of the existing building stock for how to retrofit in terms of what we call the eco retrofitting. So retrofitting with the concern with sustainability solutions that is available in many of details of our buildings, and some of them that are worthy to preserve in terms of construction. The energy poverty and dependency that we have is certainly a trouble that is being addressed not only in the new construction, but particularly in the we have a large building stock with difficult behavior in terms of energy efficiency, and new solutions are needed that are compatible with this building stock. And finally, also looking at in a wider plan in terms of Europe, this is a project going on at the international level. How will Europe look in 2050 when you look at the evolution of the building stock? So we are looking at the same time for our built heritage in cities and different countries, and see how this can evolve even during dramatic events that might happen. So finalizing, I hope to do it in the right time. You can find in all of this in our website, and you can find the researchers that in risk are involved in this project. So this is, please look for themes that you are interested and contact us. We really believe that it's important to create this multidisciplinary approach inside and outside the university, and dealing with built heritage conservation. Certainly we bring together art, science and innovation, and we are also interested here in the crossovers with risks in construction and sustainability challenges in the built environment. So you have there our contacts, our webpage where you can look at this presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Sim, no rato, na roda do rato.
Okay. Bom dia, good morning to you all. I'm going to present a necessary light brushstroke of some of the activity that SESAM colleagues have been done during the last 18 months, putting some art, science and innovation on their current daily activities. And so I will start to Good. To present probably the main out-of-the-box project that SEMSM researchers have been performing outside of the normal activity, which is a project that is a collaboration between small medium enterprise Wavecom, Technology Institute of Telecommunications of the University of Aveiro, Centro Hospitalar Baixo Voga, and SESAM, and the aim was to develop, or is to develop, a sensor that can be used in an easy way with a mobile cell phone to detect if one has COVID or not. So it's based on development of immunosensory assay, and the way is to develop an application, an app for the smartphones, and that to be connected with health care institutions. So another activity, as we know, COVID has affected all of us, and a group of researchers want to understand and quantify the combined impact of the morbidity and mortality in order to standardize comparisons between countries and to quantify the within-country impact of COVID relative to other causes of diseases and injury. And this is the daily disability adjusted life years that remains to be calculated for Portugal as a consequence of the COVID situation. Okay, so in this slide, that's just what I've been said. So the daily COVID-19 has been developed and published for the methodologies for this calculation. And now we want to divide the COVID-19 infection in three potential consequences: the symptomatic, and of course the deadly consequences. And this remains to be calculated for the impacts of daily in Portugal. So currently we are developing efforts to gather data and estimated this value for the Portuguese population. As more business as usual projects that we took care of the opportunity given by the pandemic situation. So we assess the impact of COVID-19 on air quality. Of course, it is an indirect impact due to the confinement of everybody. And for no surprise, the air quality increased a lot regarding nitrogen oxide and also particulate matters that are present in the atmosphere. So that's not a very surprising conclusion. And so some more data for the impact of air quality. Of course, staying at home at the beginning saved some lives, but I think we need to invest on vaccination, basically, in order to get back to normal life. And of course, the impact of greenhouse gases emissions is a temporary one, okay? Because nobody wants to live again the strong confinement periods with limitations on everybody's life, industry, and so on. So historically, the impact of COVID-19 on the greenhouse gas emissions will be hardly noticed. As for the IPCC aim of target of not increasing the temperature rise above 1.5 degrees Celsius, of course, with decreasing of industrial and commercial activity, with traveling also, this has very slightly contributed to this target, but we'll need one lockdown per year, every year for the next 10 years at least, if we don't change our style and day-to-day way of acting and producing and living as we were used to do. Impact on plastics and waste management, that's a different type of question, more environmental one. So assessing the impact of personal protective equipment and single-use plastics. And of course, there was a dramatic increase of the quantity of waste management of plastics that implies the need of new and better waste management practice in order to reduce the impacts of microplastics, for example, on the environment. And impact on biodiversity, some are positives, others are negatives. For example, on fisheries, the impacts were very positive due to the reduction of the fishing activity. And but as for the normal interaction between species being in the aquatic or in the soil environments, due to the potential pollution and potential increase of microplastics, one can observe medium-long-term changes on the interactions between species. So this is a study that will continue on the next few years in order to really assess if the increase of waste and consequent pollution have any impact on the biodiversity. The same goes for soils and agri-food systems. So what happens was that during the confinement, there was in some areas an increase of the agricultural practices in order to maintain the food production. So on those places, probably the impact of the increased use of pesticides and other chemicals has had a negative impact on the environment. And of course, the sudden impact on the chains of commerce also impacted this, and the same goes for the small-scale fisheries. Of course, the impacts on the small-scale fisheries in terms of the biological populations were positive. Next year, we might be able to consume more sardine because the stocks, the population stocks have increased over the last 18 months, more cod and so on. But again, if the fishery practice don't change, this will be a very temporary positive effect, and we will go back. If you don't use sustainable fishery practice, go back to the previous situation. Aquaculture, anthropogenic stressors were those that provoked some greater impacts on the aquaculture production other than the pandemic situation itself. So with the confinement, less people, this is still a very human dependent activity. The management of aquaculture, despite some automatisms that have been implemented, is still very dependent on the human activity, and so the aquaculture production has had some significant reduction that again we expect to get back to normal very soon. I think the main lesson that we can take care from this COVID-19 is that we should interact and increase the collaboration between different disciplines and use the One Health approach, including on the ecosystem and environmental research side of science. So increase circular and sustainable economy, increase trade, international collaboration because this is a pandemic, so it's a worldwide problem and increase the synergy between academia, stakeholders, and government. Of course, this goes through higher investment on healthcare, prevention, and also on education. Education is a key factor for healthcare prevention, as we may know. We at CESAM, we can help on assessing environmental contamination of the COVID situation, increase ecosystem resilience by studying the interactions between human-animal transmission, impact of other species and mechanisms. It is a big question mark how all this situation has been started in China. So we still don't know the bat transmission from animals from bats to humans is a very big question mark if that happens or not, and I will not make any more considerations, otherwise it might be a diplomatic problem. And so we should look into alternative scenarios for reducing energy consumption as we knew before the pandemic situation. So the brushstroke that I presented you very briefly is a result of the work of our colleagues that was presented in a COVID CESAM colloquium that we organized in June, and that on the peak of audience we had around 200 participants assisting on our 5-minute pitch presentations that was given by our colleagues in each of these small projects. So thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
The quality of care was improved in some cities or places. All over some cities in Russia, but it does not waste plastic is not the same way.
No. In terms of waste plastics, was exactly the opposite situation. Yes. Yes, it's really what was the opposite situation. So there was a big impact and one can see. So I think the empirical knowledge tells us that there was a big increase on the use of plastic recipients, and suddenly people forget that we can recycle plastic. Okay, thank you.
Now is Susanna from
Conseguiste ligar para.
So good morning, everyone. My presentation is called Contributions of Episodic Memory to the Behavioral Immune System. I should note that this work is being done in collaboration with Natalia Fernandes, who's a former PhD student, and also with Sonia Santos, who's a current PhD student. The work I'm presenting today features some of the research that is conducted at the University of Aveiro branch of the William James Center for Research. In a nutshell, the center's goals are to conduct groundbreaking research in psychological sciences that combines fundamental research with its potential applications. Our branch at the University of Aveiro, includes various laboratories, including the EvoCog lab, which I coordinate. As the name suggests, we aim to investigate cognitive processes, in particular memory, from an evolutionary and functional perspective. In this framing, a main question guides our questioning on memory. What is memory for? And in trying to answer that question, others arise, such as why do we have the capacity to remember, and what problems does memory help to solve? And by adopting such perspective, we have been uncovering a set of new mnemonic phenomena. Of importance for today's presentation is our proposal that it should be adaptive to retain particularly well information about potential sources of contamination or of infection. So remembering those sources of contamination should enable us to, in a later moment, prevent contact directly with those sources of contamination. The idea that memory might play a role in protecting our health fits well with the proposal of the behavioral immune system, a system that includes affective responses, in particular the emotion of disgust, cognitive responses such as attention and memory sensitivities, and behavioral responses such as avoidance movements and hygiene behaviors. This system is conceived to interact and complement the biological immune system. Whereas the biological immune system works in reaction to an infection, for example, the behavioral immune system works to prevent infections from occurring. So there's a bidirectional relationship between these two, and the goal is to promote the individual's health. The idea that disgusting things, which are typically associated with potential sources of contamination, might be particularly relevant in terms of memory seems a very intuitive idea, but the empirical data are not that definitive. Some of the studies have shown that people do tend to remember disgusting items better than neutral ones, or even better than stimuli that induce fear. However, as the pictures that I present here as examples illustrate, these studies usually compare across different stimuli that tend to be visually different, and this introduces what we call an item selection problem or concern in terms of procedural. Furthermore, the risk of contagion is not always visible. For example, if a person sneezes, the surrounding objects might become carriers of pathogens, but these are not necessarily visible. So a normal object might actually become a source of infection if it has somehow came into contact with or interacted with a sick person. In this case, if we think about this potential association between the objects and potential sources of contamination, we can actually look at memory performance for the exact same objects, but varying whether it was previously associated with a potential source of contamination or not. And how do we do this? I will illustrate that in a minute. Before that, let me mention one important step in this line of research, which was the development and validation of a picture database of comment objects photographed in different conditions. And this database actually enables us to work on several experimental manipulations, including those related to potential contamination, as I will illustrate in a minute. This Hobbit-Schoen-Hans picture database is now freely available to the research community and has already proven to be a very useful resource. So just to give you an example on how we do this kind of studies, these are very simple studies. In a typical procedure, we have pictures of objects that are being associated with descriptors. And some of these descriptors, the sentences that you see being displayed below the image, somehow refer to a characteristic of a sick person, and sometimes they refer to a characteristic of a healthy person. After a set of these items is presented, we have participants identify if the object was previously associated with a sick or with a healthy descriptor. Really, what's more important for us is not so much the performance in this specific task, but more what happens in a final recall task. So what happens when later on, we surprise participants with a free recall task where we just ask them to remember the names of the objects that were previously presented. Note that in this procedure, everybody is recalling exactly the same object. So we no longer have the problem of the item selection concerns that I mentioned earlier. Just to give you another example of another procedure, we can also do this with other kinds of stimuli that also transmit the idea to the participants that the object interacted with the sick person. In this specific case, we use faces, and some of these faces you might see contain some signals of disease, and some faces contain no such signals. The idea is the same. We have objects being associated with the face of a person who seems to be sick and the face of a person who is a healthy person. Again, most important thing for us in terms of research results are the recall of the object names at the end. And in particular, our hypothesis, of course, is that people will remember better the objects that were previously associated with a potential source of contamination or disease as compared to the ones that were associated with healthy descriptors. Just to give you an example of the type of results that we obtain at the end, we look at the proportion of correct recall at the end, depending on whether the object was previously associated with a sick or healthy person. And as you can see in these two examples of data sets, we do have a mnemonic advantage for the items that were previously considered to be associated with a potential source of disease. As for the current scientific impact, this line of research has already resulted in a series of publications, invited presentations, presentations in national and international conferences, and Natalia's work has also been awarded two very important prizes for her work on this topic, the 2021 award from the Portuguese Association for Experimental Psychology, and also the 2021 Prêmio ISPA. As I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, one of the aims of our research center is to combine fundamental research with its potential applications. This line of research will help us to understand if and how memory can contribute to a more effective functioning of this behavioral immune system. Ultimately, this kind of research will help us to inform on good practices that will promote preventive behaviors and, in turn, will contribute to good health and well-being, a topic that is particularly relevant when we face global health challenges like the one we are currently facing. And furthermore, as was mentioned in a previous presentation today, prevention is really not a very important goal in our health system, and it should be. And we believe that this more fundamental and foundational experimental research that we do in psychological sciences is very important to help to inform better practices in terms of prevention as well. I should also notice that there are other research groups within the William James Center for Research working on this, on other cognitive processes that have also produced very interesting and important information. Thank you for your attention.
There is some knowledge because although it's from psychology, we get that some knowledge.
Sure.
But there is some knowledge. Wow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for all the things that I have to do, is one of we could provide from psychology to sound, the behavior, or the presentation, the challenge that we are out of time, but I think that we need 5 minutes to do water, and then we start once again at the level, I think. Yeah, 5 minutes to drink some water, and then we start once again.
Deu PDF, como é que tu usaste depois?
Isto é um teste de som. Estão a ouvir na aplicação, quiserem estar a ouvir, no Zoom, com melhor qualidade do que é. Vamos esperar acabar. Melhorou? Não sei se melhorou. Agora estou a falar aqui mais perto. Eu não estou a ser visto naquela câmara, mas estou a falar aqui mais perto do micro e o som deve estar muito bom. Melhor, não? Tem que falar mais alto. Aqui estão 3 microfones. Isto é o ideal para a mesa redonda. Porque esta bolachinha tem 3 microfones. Se sentar, vou continuar a falar com tom de voz normal, devo-me ouvir perfeitamente. Agora vou para ali. Lá ao fundo é que já se calhar se eles também. Mas isto pode-se pôr mais para o meio. E aqui, claro que as pessoas aqui vão falar com o microfone, para que serem amplificadas. Deve-se ouvir melhor ainda. Nem era preciso microfone, não é? Mas o problema que acontece é que
Os outros estão do outro lado.
os equipamentos estão a apanhar. Não, mas do outro lado ouvem bem, ouvem melhor sem o microfone aqui, porque os microfones estão ali e aqui. E quando nós estamos a ir ao sistema de amplificação, o som vai por aqui, mas vai por ali também. E recebemos um eco que perturba um bocado alguém.
So we must start, and now it's we will run our geographic.
Good morning. I'm going to present the presentation of Geographic. Geographic is a multidisciplinary group, the research group. So we decided to bring here a discussion about mineral materials because this is a hot topic, and we need to discuss this now. In the framework of sustainable development, we need to discuss. Okay, so what is the biggest future change regarding exploitation of mineral resources? Well, we need to know if we want to continue the development of societies, we need to get the equilibrium between the development and this field. We are talking about exploitation and consumption of these resources and the sustainability, not only the supply of these resources for future generations, but also regarding the environment protection. So we must look to these two graphics. why we are consuming so much mineral resources? Well, since the end of the World War II, we have an increase, as we see, in consumption of everything with these raw materials, but in particular regarding mineral resources, not only industrial resources, the industrial minerals, but also now with a focus on metallic and rare minerals. And if you look to this graphic on this side, we see that this increase in the intensification of consumption of mineral resources is in line with the world population growth. But we need also to look into this, because it's not only a world population growth, but the fact is that the countries, emerging countries like China, for example, they change their ways of life. In the past, they are mainly producers of mineral resources, and now they are also high consumers of mineral resources. And if you look, China consumes about 1.5 times more cement in 3 years than the United States in 100 years. And we need to look this carefully. Also, we have another issue to look, which is we are not only consuming a lot, but we are reversing the minerals that we are consuming. And we think in the periodic table, 79 elements that we explore, they come from mineral resources. And we feel just a simple exercise. A few years ago, a mobile phone, we used about 30 elements. And nowadays, we use, for the same equipment, about 75 elements to construct this. So this is a huge problem. And this is the reason why we are now talking about critical raw materials. The critical of these raw materials is based on the supply and in their economic importance. If you look to this graphic, we are consuming volume, yes, industrial minerals. More than 80% of the minerals that we are consuming are industrial minerals. But the problem is that the small part of minerals that represent about 2.8% of consumption is the elements that we use for high-tech, renewable energies. And if we want to talk in decarbonization of the economy, we need to look to these elements. And this is the reason why talking about renewable energy is not the same that talking clean energy. But this is another discussion. So, in Europe, if you look in 2011, we have enumerated 14 critical raw materials. And in less than 10 years, we have 30 critical raw materials. And in the top, we have the rare elements, which is not an element, but it's a group of elements. And it's essential to everything that is high-tech and renewable energies. So now we have some constraints regarding, for example, the geology, because this mineral in geology, everything is a lot of time. And the formation of mineral resources is millions of years. And we have another problem, is that the distribution of these mineral resources are not distributed quickly. They are where the geological processes, how these mineral resources to form. And for many minerals that we are using, or elements that we are using, we don't have a lot of primary mineral resources. For example, for copper, we have primary mineral resources, but for our elements, we don't have a lot of mineral resources. This is the reason why we call them rare. And many of these, regarding these natural processes, if you look to this, the problem is that we have several countries, small number of countries, are the main producers of these elements. And this can have some constraints. If you have a war in these countries, this consumption in all can stop. Another question, which is the reason why, for example, in Europe we almost stopped the mining, is the environmental constraints. In fact, the past legacies that some of these mines leave stop in the developing countries. They say, okay, we don't want mining in our countries, but we still consume minerals, which means that they are being exploited in other countries. Another problem is, but I hope in the future and scientific research are around this, is recycling. Sometimes we think in the metaphor and say, okay, we can recycle this. But in fact, many of the recycling taxes are very, very low. For example, these elements in red are less than 1%. So we need to work on this in the future. But it is so. With this scenario, where can we get our mineral resources for our development? And where more fun and to be here in these presentations. Okay. We need to look to the exploitation of low-grade ore deposits. Some deposits, we know they exist, they have low prices. Well, if the price increase of these metals, these deposits can be exploited in the future. Another question is that we are just exploiting mineral resources in continents, but we have the ocean, and we need to look to this carefully, because this is a big change in terms of technological exploitation, but also is in terms of environment responses. And just a reminder, many of the continental deposits that we are exploiting nowadays, they form in the oceans. Okay, tectonic put us here. And we need to increase the cycle, the reuse. But we also need to look to wastes, mining wastes, because in the past, many of these deposits were exploited for one element or two. But many of these big waste deposits have lots of elements that nowadays can be very attractive in terms of prices. And for this, we need to look to the future. Yes, I show you the increased consumption, the big consumption of some minerals nowadays, but we will stop this big consumption in a few years. So why? We need to stop because these rates of consumption are not available to the future. But we are not going to construct again the same cities. So we hopefully we are going to have a decrease in consumption and logical in production. You see that the demand line is a bit high, And we need to compensate this line with secondary locations of this research. So the GeoBiotech and the SES group is a group that is working since a long time in old former or abandoned mines and multidisciplinary areas. To characterize these mines, to understand the interaction between geological processes and combination of with biological factors, to study the availability of these metabolites in the environment. So we have a lot of logical in terms of environment. But for the future, we must continue to work in environmental rehabilitation because the contribution to contribute to the implementation more suitable environmental remediation measures. Because nowadays we have urgent need to recover all these old mines. But the problem is that we must look more. Each mine is a mine, and the contamination processes are completely different between different ore deposits. And we work on this to study this process and to help contributing to more suitable remediation measures with low costs, because the remediation of the mine is millions. And we need to reuse some of these wastes. For example, if you have acid mine drainage, which is a very topic, urgent issue in some of salty mines, we can use other wastes from other industries to treat these environmental contamination process. And at least as we characterize all these materials, we can also contribute to valorization. We know what are the compartments that we can talk in the future that can be potential secondary deposits to supply these mineral resources. Okay, so, and this is just thanks for your attention.
The reasons of small ones that are putting in the waste and the opportunities that are the government. Thank you very much. Now, March, don't get this, we get March.
Good morning. The title of my presentation intends to emphasize a point where art and design converge. Design is a cultural mediation. Design is a cultural mediator between people and technology, between needs and functionalities, desire and knowledge. And form captures design dominant traits, the modality of the future, the category of possibility, and the discourse of anticipation. Bruce Archer, a pioneer of design research, proposed design as a third area of human knowledge, a proposal rooted on the same Aristotelian triad that structures the vision of our university. But as an expanding field, design disciplinary alignment and even its ontological contours are far from being consensual. The Research Institute for Design, Media and Culture that I'm representing investigates this vast territory that includes design, art, and other creative activities. ID+ was created in 2007 by a group of professors, mostly from the University of Leiden and Porto, and connected to design education. In 2017, we expanded our organization by welcoming the Polytechnic Institute of Cabo based in Barcelona. Nowadays, these three host institutions support a network covering 11 other partners, thus diversifying ID+ geographic presence. We tripled the number of members and the number of integrated PhD researchers. This number increased from 14 to 108, more than 30% in the last 2 years. ID+ at the University of Leiden represents 2/3 of this team and almost 1/2 of the integrated PhDs. One of our most important research workforce continues to be our PhD students, half of them funded with a doctoral scholarship. Another important indicator is our participation in national and international networks. I expressed the invitation addressed to our colleague Chris Frontier to globally coordinate this network, a worldwide organization of laboratories acting for social innovation and sustainability. And I would also like to point out the efforts to continue organizing important scientific events. In these times of trouble, some of our members maintain an important and recognized cultural production. A few selected examples: communicating the history of Portuguese integration in the European Union, communicating the journeys of scientific illustration in Portugal, or designing institutional brands. Now, a sample of the diversity of research projects developed or developed here at ID+ in the University of Leiden. Research on the history and culture of Portuguese design as a cultural mainstay of its development and differentiation, promoting internationally the value of shared cultural heritage in education, researching new approaches to history, museology, and museography of design, developing strategies for the vertical integration of design in companies, design interventions for circular economy, developing smart packaging to have better and updated information in bring your own container zero waste stores, designing protective equipment for firefighters, reinventing the culture of places, connecting design and craft techniques, encouraging transnational active citizenship and social entrepreneurship, collecting, interpreting, and market data about the Portuguese design ecosystem and researching in information design. Understanding how design ecosystem can be a vehicle for the introduction of circular economy in Portuguese companies. Researching strategies for health communication, helping in dementia, designing and producing food for health professionals in pandemic situation, or collaborating in relevant projects like Top Coffee, developed by our colleague Sylvia Rocha, that she will present later in this summer. Now, how do we envision ID Plus in the next years? Four main orientations: to explore the possibilities of poetic innovation driven by design and art, to demonstrate the importance of design and art in the definition and implementation of credible scenarios for sustainable growth, where quality of life is a prerequisite for prosperity. To validate design and art as ethical agents of a demanding, critical, and participative citizenship. To scrutinize the contemporaneity of cultural heritage in its dynamic relationship with the new technological and media paradigms. Finally, design can enhance interdisciplinarity, collaboration through being a mediating agent in the processes of reciprocal legibility and cooperation between disciplines. Thank you. Text from the store book of this slide about
Interesting overview of the movie of the MR, and also the possibility to support the collaboration among all the design. You showed quite a number that is already in place, and the future is beginning, I think. Thank you very much for your attention. Now, we have some
Good morning, all. More important than God, whoever be. My name is Richard Lewis. I'm from the Department of Communication and Arts, and from the Research Center for Media, the Research Center for Digital Media Interaction. But I'll get back to that a little bit later. Just to get you through the story of the presentation, I'm going to talk about some of the issues related with the challenges faced by art sciences and digital in these times of trouble, and what DGD is doing in terms of those challenges and issues, and then how can you lead us, and how can you find us for our efforts. I'll start off with this very short, simple question. How many of you felt fed up and ready to crack and walk out? Basically, everybody here, everybody home. Well, let's just imagine what would have happened if that happened 20 years ago, 10 years ago, for that matter. 20 years ago, in which we had very old, slow machines helping us to home. 10 years ago, we paid about 30 euros for a 26 megabit internet velocity. So if you say that the internet is slow now, just imagine what would have happened 10 years ago. And this could eventually help you understand, okay, well, we're not that bad. These are some data, actual data from 2020 in terms of our average internet access speed in Portugal. And so we have like 43 minutes talking about mobile access. If it's a fixed access, it's a little over 130 megabits per second, which is not that bad. But still, we tend to whine about having to stay at home, study at home, work at home. And we, although we have all these facilities and these conditions, we tend to say, okay, this is not the ideal scenario. And when I say we, in Portugal, we have over 80 million internet users. That's about 84% of our population is an internet active user. And without knowing what we did over these troubled times was contribute and to a certain point suggest to several shifts in terms of the paradigms in terms of teaching, education, entertainment, learning, social interaction. So we adjusted and we reached certain paradigms which we did not expect 10 or 20 years ago. Things like moving into a post-Gutenberg kind of era in which audiovisual content is king, and in which our students prefer to watch an online video tutorials and read a paper about how things are done. And all of this influences a lot of what we have to do and how we have to look at these challenges in terms of teaching, in terms of social interaction. It's interesting also to see that various paradigms, and somebody already mentioned that today, about our changing in terms of consumption, in which over 80% of the population in Portugal are willing to do online purchases. And that influences a lot of things, not only in terms of what we do as a consumer, but also as our experiences. So even from the communication, from the interaction design, there were several challenges and several things to learn on because of this growth and how it can be eventually translated into other scientific areas. And what we tried to do during these couple times is we tried to fulfill our potential not only as consumers, but also as producers of information. And if you look at our more common paradigm, which is the use of social media, you can see that in Portugal, we have over 7 million social media users. And within those 7 million social media users, if you look at the percentage of them that were actively involved in produced content for the social media, we're looking at numbers that overcome 84% per month, which in reality means that instead of just consuming information, we're constantly producing information. That can be either text, video, photograph, sharing information, and sharing either a paper tutorial. So we're actively involved not only, as I said, as consumers, but also as producers of information. And by doing this, we're constantly challenged to overcome our everyday activities. It could be professionally, it could be in an education context, but we're constantly challenged to adjust ourselves and to try to overcome those challenges. And without knowing, we ended up getting into a pattern, which is this pattern of sleep, eat, engage, repeat. And if you look, as I said, some years ago, we have this concentration during the day in which I interact with my colleagues, my friends, I would be online working, that would be very condensed throughout the day. But gradually, what we did is we transformed and translated ourselves into a paradigm that's constantly changing, and that's more similar to the one that we have at Beef, which is probably during this presentation, people here, people at home, or on social media, answering emails, talking to somebody while this is happening. They're multitasking, everybody's doing something different. And this is something that's not exactly the same as what's going to happen tomorrow. It's constantly changing, it's very volatile. And it's so volatile because I'm going to use a phrase that was written over 50 years ago by Marshall McLuhan that said, we shape our tools and the rest of our tools shape us. So this is what happened. We shaped our tools and technology, communication technologies that we use, but now we're shaping us, we're shaping the way that we live our lives, the way that we interact in several contexts of use. However, there is a very important issue, which is somehow some people tend to look at part of the picture and not the whole picture. Okay. Only to the more operational part, the working part, and not the entire picture of what's happening in terms of our social interaction and communication interaction. Some lack the ability to see the forest for the trees. They emphasize on the part of technology, and they forget that there's a context of use. There are users, and there's user experience involved. Of course, many of you can remember the issues related with the use of laptops for our secondary schools and primary schools. So the emphasis was on technology. not the user experience, not the users, the people, the teachers, the students, the parents. And there was this lack of understanding the whole picture. Some of you refuse to look at this new normality and understand that there's a very simple change in terms of the digital ethics associated with this new normality. There's an article written and shared afterwards with you about digital ethics in higher education. And there are two things that come out from students and colleagues. The right to disconnect. You say, I'm offline now. Don't phone me up, don't ring me, don't do whatever after 10 o'clock at night. And another issue, student privacy. That's a very sensitive issue and sensitive issue that sometimes is overlooked due to the fact that they're still working with former paradigms in terms of teaching, in terms of evaluating, in terms of accompanying students throughout their education process. And some even believe that one size fits all, that the playing field, if we provide exactly the same conditions for everybody, the playing field will be leveled, equal for everybody. And that's not the case. Every person in this room, every person online, every person on campus, in our society, have different levels in terms of digital literacy, in terms of unequal economic and social conditions. And there are various other issues related with these kinds of trouble that sometimes fall behind or are blindsided. Things like the emotional frailty of the users and the society, mental problems that are deriving that might be the hidden problem that we derive from the pandemic, and we're still starting to understand the impact of the influence that it had on our everyday activity. And of course, the urban environment, which is also a very sensitive issue. But don't think that I'm just going to talk about the negative part. Of course, there are positive parts of the whole thing. Okay, with these problematic times, we had an increase of digital nomadism. I'm giving you this example because there was a very interesting project by the government of Bahamas that they decided to extend that 1 year working permission, okay, for grants for people that wanted to do telework from the Bahamas. So if the rector is assigned to put in the rector wants to create a new campus, Bahamas is a good place to look into, I think. Of course, joke aside, there are other interesting things like virtual mobility, something that the UCI University is looking very carefully into, trying to understand how students and teaching staff and research can use virtual mobility as a tool for improving their activity and for not really as a replacement, but an additional solution, okay, for improving networking among our institutions. Artists have found new ways to continue to perform and bring the work out there. Things like live sessions, online concerts, a lot of things have sprung out, and even our consumption as consumers of entertainment has changed wildly because of these times. People are discovering and improving their digital competencies. This is the only project that I'm going to refer directly in my presentation that's from DigiMedia, because there's an upcoming conference on the 23rd of July. That's a result of this project by colleagues of ours at DigiMedia, and I highly recommend if you have the chance of enrolling yourself or participating in sessions. There's been new immersive and interactive cultural content that's been produced constantly. Remote tourism, creative content like virtual visits to museums and local historical places. We've never seen productions so rich and so diverse in recent years. And all of this has a lot to do with the pandemic. It has a lot to do with having to stay at home. There's been also further research in immersive and interactive experiences for therapeutic purposes. In this case, I'm giving you an example of projects that are being developed in this virtual reality for patients with dementia and Alzheimer's, which are using content that relate to memories to try and work with patients with specific symptoms and see if they can, to a certain extent, improve their well-being and quality of life. And I digress, going back to the okay, so many of the issues that I mentioned here are things that are being worked on at our research unit, that we have specific groups, but just to give you an overview, people that are working on cyberculture, social media and learning, games and transmedia, e-health and well-being, social IT, advanced technologies. So it's a very diverse group of areas of interest and issues that are being researched and worked on. by a very diverse group of people. I'm not going to mention names, otherwise I will look like one of those guys that accepts an Oscar and forgets to mention a bunch of colleagues. I don't want anybody to be left out. But I just recommend to my presentation. You can find us on campus as a Department of English and Art if you want to have a face-to-face experience talking, which is very normal at this time. But if you want to find us, otherwise you can find us online on our website, on Facebook, where you can find the various teams of our research unit, the people, projects, the publications, the perspectives, the principles. Unfortunately, not the parties, but hopefully we'll get back to that. And in a time where we constantly talk about the need of looking at approaches that are innovative, are creative, I'll leave it as my final note that creativity is what happens when ideas have sex. And we're constantly eager to find new people, new partners in terms of promoting creativity. Thank you very much.
All kinds of problem face. This, I think that we working on any part for a CIU to have all thank you. Now we want to oh yeah.
Raising there for guard questions.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ana Melville, and me and my colleague Teresa Trabalho are researchers at the Center for Research in Higher Education Policies, which is part of the University of Aveiro and University of Porto. And today I'm presenting some results related to our latest research entitled Time Management in Portuguese Academia, Managing and Management. So just let me start by explaining what led us to research this topic. So as you all know, the complementarity between teaching and research has been challenged in the last years, resulting in pressures to emphasize research even more. Adding that the greater specialization and division of academic work benefits institutions' productivity has also emerged, resulting in an increased fragmentation and segmentation of academic traditional roles. So it is expected that some academics will be concentrated more on teaching roles and other more on research. Also, cuts in state funding for education institutions led to the need to search for alternative sources of income with applied research, becoming increasingly relevant. Also, narratives on knowledge economy and society have legitimated the will to guide higher education institutions towards these needs and also teaching towards employability. Of course, these issues that are related to time management became even more important and challenging in times of crisis, not only for our education institutions, but also for students and academics. Related to students, for example, when some supports like teacher reminders, mandated routines or face-to-face classes were removed, and the physical and emotional complexities of the pandemic, such as sickness, loneliness, depression, Louis before mentioned some of these issues were added. Some students started struggling with time management, and also related to academics, when the line between professional and personal spaces started to become blurred. Many academics started to find it difficult to juggle deadlines, online lectures, online meetings, household chores, attending family, and issues like that. Therefore, and given the importance of this topic and the fact that very few studies look at the way academics from different systems at the way they looked at the division of their work, we decided to analyze whether the Humboldtian ideology of conciliating teaching and research was still present in Portuguese academics, management and working time, and if there were differences between subsystems. More specifically, we looked at the way academics from both subsystems spend their time when classes were in session and when they were not, looked closer at the relationship between academic rank and time distribution, and also analyzed academic preferences and interests regarding teaching and research in both subsystems. So we've conducted an online survey to using a JEC 2015-2016 database to get emails. So our population were all academics working in Portuguese higher education institutions with the following characteristics: employed on ongoing or fixed-term contracts, contracts corresponding to at least 25% of full-time equivalent workload, employed in higher education institutions awarding at least a bachelor degree, and employed in an academic function involving primarily teaching and or research. So our population were 35,740 academics. Then we've used stratified sampling technique. We've created subgroups according to key variables, so institutional type, public and private universities and public and private polytechnics, academic rank, and also disciplines. And then we random sampled each of the subgroups, and our sample was constituted by 16,000 academics with valid emails. And then we got 3,199 responses to the survey, from which 1,871 were complete. In terms of academic time, what we've done is we've considered 5 types of activities, so teaching, preparation of instructional materials, classroom instruction, and so on, research, external oriented activities, such as unpaid consulting, public or voluntary services, administrative and managerial activities, and other academic activities. And we've looked at the way academics spend their time, both when classes are in session and when they are not. In terms of the main results, teaching and research are the activities where academics spend more time on in both subsystems. Academics from polytechnics spend on average more hours per week teaching than academics from universities. And academics from universities spend on average around 4.4 more hours per week researching than those working in polytechnics, both when classes are in session and when they are not. Following teaching and research, administrative and managerial activities are the tasks where academics spend more time working on per week, followed by external oriented activities and other academic activities. Also, when classes are in session, academics spend on average per week 6 hours more in teaching than in research-related activities, and when they are not in session, the same happens relating to teaching-related activities. When comparing this data to a survey that was conducted, it was entitled CAP survey. It was inserted into a project name entitled The Changing Academic Profession, and it was distributed 10 years ago. So when comparing this data with that data, academics spend now less hours per week, both in teaching and than they did 10 years ago, and in research as well. And when classes are not in session, academics spend less time now, both on teaching and research. And you can see the average mean values there. So this may mean that there has been probably an increase in the administrative workload demanded from academics. And in fact, when you look at the data, academics spend now on average 5 hours per week on administrative tasks when classes are in session, and 5.6 hours per week when the classes are not in session. And these are more hours than they spend on average on external oriented activities and on other academic activities. Related to the academic rank, the number of hours spent in teaching related activities goes down as we go up in the academic rank. And the gap between the hours spent teaching and research increases as we go down the academic rank in both subsystems. The estimation of the relationship between academic rank and number of hours spent in each activity confirms negative correlation between academic rank and the number of hours spent in teaching-related activities, both when classes are in session and when they are not, and shows a statistically significant positive relationship between the academic rank and the time spent on administrative and managerial activities, and between the academic rank, both when classes are in session and when they are not, and the time spent on research-related activities when classes are in session. So the academic rank emerges as an explanatory variable in terms of the distribution of academic time. In terms of preferences, in spite of the interest in both activities, academics slightly lean towards teaching. At least the results show that, and these results differ from the ones obtained 10 years ago in the GAP survey, where academics lean more towards research. In terms of the differences between the subsystems, academics working in universities lean more towards research, and those working in polytechnics lean more towards teaching. This particular research is part of a broader project entitled No Best, which is funded by FEDER. And this project is part of a bigger international project entitled APIX, which is the academic profession in the knowledge-based society. And you have here some of the papers that have been presented within this research and some of the publications that we've done. You can find us, you can find speakers online, so you just have to log into our website and you can find everything here in there. And thank you very much for your attention.
Can you find increase of the time spent on the websites related to COVID or you see what I mean?
Yeah, we see that every time that it's a post-pandemic study because we started to do this study before, but that will be our next step to see. This was done before, so there has been an increase in the academic work 10 years. I mean, this was the first survey was conducted in 2008, the other one in 2018. So there has been an increase in the administrative tasks, and now we want to see what has happened after the pandemic to see if the amount of I think it has increased actually, but let's see. Thank you very much.
Good morning, my name is Aoife and I'm very happy to be representing ENET MBA today, speaking to you about some of the research that we've been developing relating to the theme of researching music in times of trouble. So I'd like to begin by taking a quick look at some of the emerging international research regarding the effects and impacts of the current pandemic, looking specifically at the incidence of loneliness and particularly at loneliness within older adults. And this emerging research prompted us to conduct a cross-sectional study together with colleagues from the University of Porto and the University of Lusofona to investigate the effects of group singing and dancing on the loneliness scores of adults aged 50 or over. So this research took place in February of this year with members from the choir Vaj Pop, from ballroom dancers, from Art Beat Dance, and we had a control group. We used the UCLA questionnaire in the Portuguese version, a 16-item questionnaire, to show the two dimensions of social isolation and affinity. We know that the effects of group singing and dancing and the positive impacts are actually quite well documented in the literature. But what we were interested in looking at was whether these benefits would still be seen in an online version of these events. So we can see just very quickly some of the differences between normal rehearsals in normal time and then the adaptation for an online version, and see if this online version would also have positive benefits. So we see the loneliness, the total raw loneliness score by group. I'm happy to say the singers perform slightly better than the others, but there's actually no statistical significance between these groups in terms of raw loneliness score. However, when we look at the prevalence of social isolation, we can see a very big difference between the control group and the people who participated in either dance or choral singing, which strongly suggests that participating in an artistic cultural activity can mitigate social isolation within this population. So this leads to implications for future research, looking at involvement in these activities, the research into and the promotion and action regarding the provision of these activities in times of trouble. So looking at the title of today's presentation, Researching Music in Times of Trouble, and this title borrows from Timothy Rice's, the ethnomusicologist's work, Ethnomusicology in Times of Trouble. And Rice's text begins with this very provocative statement. And writing in 2014, Rice was referring to, for example, the gap between rich and poor, climate change, and the prevalence of open armed conflict, and the HIV/AIDS pandemic, particularly in Africa. And this led me to reflect on the fact that a lot of the work that we have developed and that we continue to develop at ENET-MD involves people in their times of trouble. And the times of trouble of a lot of the people with whom we work are not restricted to the pandemic. Unfortunately, these times of trouble began long before COVID and may continue afterwards. So one of those projects is Skopje, which took place in the Cova M, Cova de Morda neighbourhood in Lisboa. And one of the most innovative aspects of that particular project was the integration of non-academic researchers to the research team, the involvement of local musicians from the community who came here to UA, who participated in classes, who trained as academics, and then were able to work with their local community together with our researchers in developing a community collective archive to preserve the sound, the memories of that neighbourhood. And looking at Skopje in times of trouble, this photograph was taken. It's one of the researchers collaborating with the team who was arrested during the project. And he was shot with a rubber bullet by the police, and while he was detained also suffered police aggression. And this is one of the examples where the academic researchers and the local musicians and the local researchers in the local community all came together to try and help the situation and make life a little better and look at sustainable ways of continuing that work. Rice also refers to psychological and cultural poverty related to restricting of occupational choice, of being able to construct one's own identity and access to cultural expressions. And this UTWERP project, this is a photo of Berta Alves Souza. She was born in Belgium, but moved to Porto when she was 7 or 8 and remained there for the rest of her life. Berta, composer, conductor, pianist, fabulous musician. Here she is conducting in Porto in 1938. Unfortunately, during the Estado Novo, Berta, alongside many of her colleagues, was effectively silenced. Opportunities to perform, to publish her works, to hear her music performed dwindled. So one of the activities of the UTWERP project, which is very exciting, is the publishing of these works, publishing them, performing them, recording them, disseminating, and giving an opportunity to Berta and her colleagues to have the place that they rightfully deserve in Portuguese musical history. So returning to our current times of trouble, and finding new approaches to allow us to continue creating, to make music, to research music, continue doing what we do and what we love to do, and ways of being together while apart. And one example I'd like to share with you is the Companhia Musical Teatral. And the series of shows, of performances that they promoted with an interactive element. And what's really lovely here, I think these photographs say it all. So you had the musicians performing live on stage, the audience via Zoom, but the interactive element where people could participate, even once more being together whilst apart. And I'd like to leave you today with an example, if this hopefully plays, of a challenge that was presented to, I'm going to show the video in just a moment, but I just want to give you a quick context first. So we were invited, Bajnoa, a choir that started at the university during my master's project and has happily turned sustainable and still continues. We were invited to perform at the Comunicantes Festival organised by the University of São Paulo. And our big challenge there was, how are we going to produce a quality performance in November when we were not in lockdown at the moment, we're still rehearsing, but outside with masks, with social distancing, and how are we going to respond to this? So together with colleagues Isaac Raimundo and Luis Borges, we put our heads together and thought, well, why don't we look at this not as a negative challenge, but look at it as an opportunity to document the times in which we're living in, these times of trouble. So let's record with our masks, with our social distancing outside. Brings lots of challenges in terms of tuning, intonation, synchronicity, all these things. Let's see how it goes and let's assume the soundscape. So instead of worrying what happens if an ambulance goes past, an ambulance goes past. And what's really lovely here is that we didn't get ambulances, but we did get the birds singing, which is a nice touch. I'm just going to show you a little bit of it. I was hoping to wait until it got to a cadence, but time is coming shortly. Thank you.
It's a wonderful image, and also see the diversity that we can collaborate on and also the collaboration of the results. Thank you very much.
Sim, nós íamos ligar o som da.
Ali?
Sim.
Ok.
Well, the challenge is to discuss a little bit about the post-pandemic challenge for research. And I think that we face we'll face these problems, and I will start by doing the work because it's normally it's more provocative. I always see what you able to involve all of us.
Well, the first provocation is it's time for pizza. This thing is already delayed over half an hour. I think the pandemics has, of course, raised awareness for a number of big challenges that humankind is actually facing. So it's a sort of an X-ray machine which reveals what is our present society. And these revelations are at the same time challenges for research. And I want to divide my first presentation of this introduction into parts. The first part is a general overview, and the second part is I want to go down locally and make some propositions, some suggestions of how to progress. So when we consider different areas of human endeavor, philosophy first, there were revelations from pandemics which are now being studied. Human fragility and impotence is one of the revelations. Limited efficiency of technoscience is another one. Rediscovery of common good and human solidarity, and the unavoidable presence of death. So in terms of sociology and politics, a number of revelations and challenges are also on the agenda. COVID-19 is a biological disease, but it's at the same time a socio-political disease that can give rise to feelings of hate and division. The present society is rife with inequality, deprivation, gender discrimination, and sociology challenges in the post-pandemic world encompass reconstruction of a sustainable society. Can the world govern itself differently? Biopolitics are emerging, recognizes the governance is literally a matter of life and death. People have died in places where the people, the governments were weak. And what is the role of the state in the present society? Psychology. How will people change and grow in the wake of the pandemic? Some recent studies apparently show that people are coming back to a normal mental life. We are more resilient than we believe. What mental health effects will linger? And in terms of science and technology, there will be strong interest in antivirus research, diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of epidemics. Non-contact technologies such as virtual reality and visual conferencing, robotics and new mobility made of new nanomaterials, and precise biomedicine powered by machine learning will improve our quality of life. There are, of course, threats for research. Heavy investments in the field of infectious disease will affect long-term and balancing R&D policy plans. And uncertainties on the future will lead to fewer investment in basic research and technology. And of course, there is all the issues related with climate change, which of course I cannot detail. And now, what are, in my view, the main challenges for research locally? I think we have the opportunity of rethinking. We had some time to think during the pandemic, and we should take this time and progress by rethinking the world, also locally. So just because I have no time just to give you two lines of thought, what I think are the most important lines of thought. First, we must build a robust university community. And that means three things. The first is integrate science, technology, arts, and humanities, education, research. So integrate research at all levels. Educate people to be part of a global knowledge network for the survival of the human race based on equity, equality, and sustainable society and economy. And then use art as a supervisor. Artists provide philosophical and artistic immunity that is capable of preventing the collapse of social communities. Art asks the crucial question of what will preserve a humanity that differentiates human beings from robots. Or in other words, how do we resist being reduced to zeros and ones? Conversely, recent political, social, cultural, and environmental changes driven by technology are increasingly becoming the topics of art. So there is no reason for divisions. A second important line is stimulate creativity, utopia, blue skies research, and the third, develop a sense of physical well-being and harmony with nature. So these are the three main lines of thought. And then build a robust university community was my first topic. The second topic is support the careers of young researchers and professors. Help them making personal life and work compatible. Work to live and not live to work. Create an equal rights environment. Give them freedom of thought, time to think, research and develop their careers, fewer teaching hours, less administrative work and bureaucracy. Provide them with seed resources. Value creative thinking over productivity. All these, in my view, are challenges, and they are also a matter of research. They pose research questions. Thank you.
Thank you, João. Thank you, João, for the introduction in the time. Well, now I think that I look for the arts, and I asked Susanna to well, the thoughts from the arts part.
Thank you. I want to thank João for putting the arts at the center of this, and as he is not from the arts became more credible because he was using them using it from his words. But I like to address my pitch from the point of view of the arts, because I belong to this field, and arts, culture, and humanity. So as I have only 3 minutes or 4, I wrote something and I like to read a little bit. So my talk or my pitch is my contribution is divided in 4 topics related to the context from which I'm speaking, and the one of artists, arts, and culture. The first topic is related to survival. The second is symmetries. The third is arts and culture is crucial for sustainable strategies, and the fourth, dealing with creative work. So I'm speaking from a particular place, the one of the arts, artists, and people dealing with culture, and we may say that I represent here the cultural and creative sector of the society, and one of the most devastating groups of people who face the pandemic in a very limited situation. I always remember Nancy Garcia Campini, who I had the privilege to listen to a conference during the economic crisis of 2011. And Campini said that economists should learn the artists how to overcome crises, because they are the ones who are living permanently in times of trouble. So they very well know how to overcome threats, how to fight against incomprehension, how to find creative solutions for what is apparently in the past, how to survive, dream, and anticipate. So the COVID-19 pandemic has shed light on the considerable fragility of the cultural and creative sectors of our society, revealing the gravity of various systemic issues related to the working conditions of artists and other workers. So the pandemic has also shown the enormous socioeconomic gaps among various social sectors depending on the country they are based in, their positions and roles in the value chain, their privileged or disadvantageous backgrounds, the extent of dependency on public support, and many other factors. These gaps and asymmetries, if not addressed in a structured and comprehensive way, will only further weaken the cultural ecosystem and make it even less sustainable than it was before the pandemic. Making research in these fields very well shown how society has been leading. The European Union is full swing of embracing its ambitious large-scale sustainable strategy. The European Green Deal and plan to, and I quote, transform the European Union into a modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy where no person and no place are. Also, the European Bauhaus project is meant to involve, and I quote, creative minds in bringing European Green Deal closer to people's minds and homes. Culture, art, and creativity are therefore recognized as essential drivers of sustainable and inclusive transition of society and economy. Artists and other cultural and creative workers have the great potential to create and share tools for innovation, stimulate critical thinking, help rethink current practices and behavior patterns, create awareness, transmit the moment of urgency, and empower people for change. All these are intangible yet vital factors for sustainable and inclusive transition. Finally, and however, not being able to pursue their artistic values due to the morbid economic, political, and other pressures and the lack of legal protection, and being forced to accept unfair and unsustainable working models and practices, cultural and creative professionals are limited to their power to foster sustainability in our society. Nor are they equipped to fully contribute to the inclusive and sustainable post-pandemic recovery of Europe, being among the most devastating of all sectors. It is incredible to see that amongst the 17 sustainable development goals for the 2030 agenda, no one includes or is directly connected with culture or arts. However, all of the political agents often use arts and culture as crucial for improving creative solutions to our. So, making research in these fields offer us the possibility to clarify all these four issues that are based in a big contradiction. At the same time, society and international rulers and political frameworks recognize arts and culture as crucial for reinventing the future and even a scene. Art and culture seems to be always in the bottom of the priority. It's up to us to change the situation and open the floor for a more coherent world where no person and no place are left behind. And I like to finish in Portuguese, and I didn't talk with my friend and colleague friend before, but I'd like to quote Fernando Pessoa, and he said in the livro of Desassossego, quando nasceu a geração de pensos, encontrou um mundo desprovido de apoios para quem tivesse cérebro e ao mesmo tempo coração. I think it's up to us to give a new place for these people who have brains and also soul and heart. Thank you.
I can provoke it with action. So now I'm looking for help, and I ask
Manuel Santos, what is the post-pandemic challenge for the health? You need to speak loud, eh?
Okay. So I guess the big question in this post-pandemic era is whether or not there will be new pandemics. And the answer is obviously yes, there will be new pandemics. And is it likely to, in the next few years or decades, that we have a new pandemic? And I think that it is very likely. And there are several reasons for this. One is obviously evolution. Viruses evolve all the time, and they jump from animals to humans, and we know that from history. The second is climate change. Climate change is a big driver of evolution, and therefore we don't know how it will impact on the dynamics of viral evolution communities. And the third and related to this, the question is loss of biodiversity, which again is a big driver of evolution. So I think we need to be prepared for new pandemics. The question is whether we are prepared for new pandemics. And I think we are not prepared for new pandemics. That will take 1 or 2 decades to be prepared for new pandemics. And the reason for this is that over the last 30 years, infectious diseases research is being seriously neglected in the Western world. If you look at the situation in Portugal, is very telling of the fragility of the system. And we can look at 2 or 3 things to understand the problem. If we ask how many P3, in other words, biosafety level laboratories do we have in the country to study dangerous viruses? And the number is very, very small. And they are concentrated in Lisbon and Porto. So basically, we have no infrastructure in the country to study these viruses. If we have a crisis like an Ebola crisis, which is a very dangerous virus, we are not prepared at all. And we cannot be prepared in 1 month, in 2 months, in 3 months. So clearly, there are issues related to the infrastructure needed to do research, to study these dangerous viruses. There are issues related to teaching in this area and training in this area. For example, how many virologists do you think we have in the country? I mean, this is very, very basic. How many there are? We see always the same speaking on television, 2 or 3. And in fact, there are very, very few virologists in the country. And if you ask the other question related to the environment, how many environmental virologists do we have in the country? The situation is even worse. So you cannot train virologists in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And so organizing a program on infectious diseases is a long-term issue that requires investment, requires that universities look at infectious diseases in a different way. We need new master's degrees on these areas, on virology, bacteriology, mycology, parasitology. All these areas are being neglected. And we've been warned over the last few decades about this. This is not something of a surprise. No, we've been told, I mean, during this century, we had several epidemics. We had Ebola, Zika virus, SARS-CoV-1, and so, you know, these things will keep going. Of course, I think there is space in the university system to create medical and environmental microbiology courses, master's degrees, PhD programs, and so on. And so really we need to look at this in some detail, and we need to make an effort to be prepared. The situation in Portugal is somewhat sometimes difficult to understand. Just for you to have an idea, we have a national program of surveillance of the variants of SARS-CoV-2. And if I ask you, how do you think this thing works? You know, this is absolutely crucial to make political decisions, to make public health decisions. How does it work? There is no budget for sequencing SARS-CoV-2 viruses. So who is sequencing the viruses?
Research centers.
The research centers that have no money to do it. So this is kind of This is really difficult to understand. So what is really happening is that the National Health Institute asked a consortium, an infrastructure of our roadmap of national infrastructures called Genome PT, which we coordinate. It's an infrastructure dedicated to genome sequencing and analysis, if we could help. And we asked them, okay, we can help, but how much money do you have for this? Zero. So we are putting our money, little money we have on this program to help the country. The question is this a national program of national surveillance of variants of SARS-CoV-2? This is kind of an improvisation program. It's not a professional, structured, planned program. So there are these fragilities in our research system, and we cannot overcome them in few years. It's a long-term issue that needs investment, that needs the universities to look at this issue, to look at infectious diseases, to look at the microbiology from environment perspectives to health perspectives, integrate these programs in a more global approach so that the environment and the health work together. And you know, it requires some courage. I understand that political courage to put a few million euros on research infrastructure, but it's needed. Otherwise, the next one will come and we are in the same situation.
Thank you, Manuel. This gives us also some opportunities in terms of formation from the universities, in terms of research, but also I think it's necessary some engagement and collaboration between the two ministers that are involved in this situation, and also in INSA and in Farmed, and so we know that the engagement is not, and the collaboration among all these institutions are not those that we expected, at least when we start the fight against the SARS-CoV-2. Thank you, Manuel. So now, after this, I think I would say that we will happy to listen something for the psychology, to see what we need for the future, for the post-pandemic.
Well, I think it's clear to everyone that well-being and mental health is critical in our lives, and I think we all have experienced the impact of psychological and social and economical factors in our health, right? And João was mentioning that we are more resilient than we think we are, which is good news. And this is supported by evidence, by a recent meta-analysis in the field. But we should all agree that psychology, behavioral sciences are at the core of most of what we are talking here, right? And so we do need to collaborate more. Other areas need to collaborate more with psychology, and then I think we have the perfect scenario in the University of Aveiro to do so, to enhance the collaborations with other scientific areas. We've been doing that with technology, with health, with chemistry. And so we need to foster this and perhaps create programs, joint programs to promote well-being and move forward to personalized medicine, and try to understand better how the brain connects with other systems such as the immune system. And there is a lot of research showing such interactions, because when we're not good well in our brain, we're not well in our bodies. That's how it works. This does not has a division, as you all know. So I do think we need to invest more in psychology in Aveiro. We're too few, so we do need to invest so that this is possible. There have been some changes in psychological research worldwide, which I think will come to stay. And that is the way we do research, especially when we do lab research, as we do in Aveiro. Suddenly we started to collaborate at a large scale with massive international collaborations. And that is very good because we get big data, we may analyze data at a faster pace and try to test new ideas at a faster pace and try new interventions at a faster pace as well. So the way we recruit participants as well, the way we implement experiments, especially from experimental psychology, which we did not do in the past without the experiments being run in the lab. And now we've been programming experiments so that they can be run online. And again, we need to cooperate to solve the challenges of the society. So this close collaboration is, of course, very relevant. And Vasco mentioned this, this collaboration with design and chemistry and psychology, this Stop COVID, which we just launched. And that is a solution for trying to solve the problems we are all facing. So I think collaboration and cooperation has come to a way which we haven't seen before. So I don't think it's only bad news. I think we have a lot of good things going on. But again, I think psychology also needs to speak more with other areas so that you know what we do and that we do indeed collaborate more than we have been in the past globally.
Thank you, Susanna. Susanna. Wow. I need the pizza. Sandra, sorry for that. It's good to listen to you and this to foster the collaboration among all the research that we are trying to do with this event or the events for the last years. Now I think that we need to go for the political side. What we need in terms of political and decisions and so on. I think Carlos, it's the good person to say something about this.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best. A couple of years ago, I was sitting with some colleagues and we were planning some scientific projects, and we thought of the challenges that we might face in the coming months. As you can imagine, in 2020, all the challenges we thought of went by the side. And this reminds me of this witty old Yiddish aphorism that goes something along these lines. Man makes plans and God laughs. So I hope that the challenges, the prognostications that I make won't make God laugh too much when he hears them. But I do note, and I would highlight, I think, 3 challenges that we face collectively and obviously interact with political decision-making, but I think also relate to how we approach our role as academics and scientists. The first one that I would note is that this pandemic has highlighted and brought back into political debate the role of science and scientists. 3, 4, 5 years ago, a now British minister said, Michael Gove, he said, I think the people of this country have had enough of experts. Well, I think COVID has brought back the role of the experts in decision making, which is great. And I think it's an opportunity that we must use. But we must also, I think, deal with a challenge that this brings. And that challenge is whether we are speaking as individual scientists or whether we are speaking collectively as a body of scientists. And what we find is that public debate is often then used to prolong ongoing scientific debates. So I think the challenge that we need to engage in as a scientific community, as a community of researchers, is how we present structured, thought through, and coherent messages to public debate so that we don't provide information that can just be used willy-nilly to support whatever position decision makers want to provide. I hope that's not a sign that I should stop talking.
Not yet, not yet.
Good. The second aspect that I think we need to look at is how we can strengthen citizens' trust in science. And what we find in a number of countries, and the US is a good example of this, is that the trust in science in certain cohorts is going down. The targets for vaccination, for instance, are not being met, not because of a lack of supply of vaccines, but because of a lack of demand for vaccines and because of a lack of trust in the scientific process. And I think we need to reframe the public debate on what is science. I think people, the common citizen, thinks that science provides certainty, and science doesn't provide certainty. Einstein has this great quote. He said, as far as our propositions are certain, they do not say anything about reality. And as far as they do say anything about reality, they are not certain. The scientific method is what we do to improve the reliability, validity, and honesty of our conclusions. But we do not and cannot claim for certainty. And I think we need to educate also what science can provide so people know what they can expect, and they can also understand why scientists may revise their advice, as has happened throughout this pandemic. The third aspect that I would highlight, and it's something that several others have also brought, is the need that we as academics have to engage to reframe public debate. We live in a world of global interdependence. We live in a world that needs a collective ethics. And we as researchers, be it in the fields of art, humanities, social sciences, less social sciences, we need to bring this collective interdependence that we as a humanity face into the debate. And we have to set the agenda rather than take the agenda. The Beatles song that I think served as the motto for this research summit says, you know, in times of trouble, let it be. I think we shouldn't let it be. Lincoln said the best way to predict your future is to create it, and we have to engage and create this future right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, for your interesting vision. And now I move to Susanna, and now the provocation is, in this time we need to increase the communication, the virtual communication, but we are missing the normal communication between persons. Of course, that I know that vehicles in the cities must communicate, and you know this better than me. So I think the provocation from my side is communication for you.
Yeah, so let me go from a different perspective, and let's think about March 2020. Okay, so we went all home, and I remember that I went home. It was Wednesday, and I thought myself, so what can I do now? And we didn't have yet information about university on how to move on, and so I just asked my students which kind of applications do you use, applications to talk to, and I just started to install in my mobile phone and my computer these applications to start engaging with them and trying to continue work with them. And yeah, so this was what happened in March 2020. That we went all home, but suddenly we continued working ourselves. We continued the education because we continued the teaching our courses, not normally, but we continued teaching our courses. And what was surprising for me was that my children, besides the smallest one, but my children, they start to have classes at home, and they continue to be able to have classes at home. And I was thinking about this and thinking, well, if this would be 10 years before, we'll not be able to do this. So we'll not be able to continue our lives. And we heard here that, yes, we continue our lives, but there are many other problems, okay, that we have to face.
But we were able to not stop our professional lives, most of us, of course, because of technology and because of communication. And so I think this here, because, so then we go to research, right? So then we go to research. And I remember that one of the projects I was working on was with Altis Labs on smart mesh Wi-Fi. So what does this mean? So this means that in Altis, they wanted to have the best Wi-Fi around home, not only with one access point, but how to connect all these access points at home to have the best Wi-Fi. And it was interesting because before the pandemic, no one knew that. But after the pandemic, they started to have so many questions and calls for this smart mesh Wi-Fi. Why? Because the kids were at home in their rooms having classes. They could not have all together because the classes were different, so they needed to be apart. Other people were at the living rooms, other people were at kitchens, everywhere. So suddenly there was a need that we didn't foresee before. And yeah, so I'm talking these stories because I think that the pandemic took and we had many problems, but we can also look into these problems, and technology and communications is one of them, but all of them. So we can look into them, not really only as problems, but as challenges. And challenges that gives us opportunities, and opportunities to understand how our research area can help. And our research area is not helping only on its niche, but also how it can help on the other different areas. So we discussed here, and I was talking about education, but not only education. So my girl, she plays music, and she was continuing having music classes at home. So, and this was a flute. So flute is not good because to the air with the virus is not something good to have in presence. So even the culture, and this is another example, that continue to happen because the technology and communications are there. And we can talk about them at home, but we can talk about them everywhere in the city, and how to provide, and we've been talking also about this, so how to provide these immersive environments for people to be able to access what they need in any place. So not being needed to be in a specific place to be able to access everything. And all these communications, all these artificial intelligence, immersive and so on, virtual reality, so they are very important in these times of pandemic. And they are not important only on the technology side, but they are very important on culture, on health, on our mental health too. It's very important to have them. So I see them as opportunities on how technology can also help all the other areas, and keeping the ideas here. We have to really join and merge all our areas to be able to do research, very creative research, and very out of the box research that we can do.
Thank you, Susanna. Now I listen to the audience. There is some provocations to the finalists. They want a pizza, yeah. But well, I will come to all of you about communications, and of course that you put some problems here. Some of them need some money, some budget to support, like opportunities to researchers, research for having in Portugal some specialists that we don't have, but not this will be a problem that we will face. But also the problem, the communication during this pandemic situation, I think that most of us avoid to see the parents, the friends, the colleagues, because we try to avoid the infection. If I don't know if I infected and I can infect my friend. So this will be a problem for the future, the communication among us and communication of from our real lives, but also the scientific communications. And also to live in community. Today, seeing the last presentation on INET-MD, how we can have in the future some of these opportunities among the campus and all these possibilities that we can have. So I will start by Susanna.
Which one, mine?
Susanna Sard, yes.
Because we have 3 assets
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Susanna
It was
Sard and
my
Susanna
mistake.
Sargent.
So, yeah.
So, well,
As Susana estão deste lado.
I don't know how to surpass all of this. For example, Susanna Sargent was speaking about her children having musical classes through internet, but this is not the solution. And especially because the internet and the platforms, they don't have solutions for real-time classes. For example, one thing that we learn about the difficulties to communicate with this is the delay. Okay, there's a delay that we don't realize that the delay is so strong when we are speaking with the others. But when we are playing an instrument, the sound and the movement of the hands is delayed. So we cannot teach with the delay. So there's a problem in the internet. Something that music showed us that we don't see when we speak or when we communicate. I think we have to find solutions to be together again and we have to live with this, with this pandemic. Maybe we have to live with this, with the viruses, with a lot of viruses, and I don't know, but we cannot live isolated. And there are many activities of our lives that shows us that it's impossible to live isolated. Making music, for example, or performing in the field of arts, it's impossible, and we cannot make culture isolated because we need to be together, and the interaction between people is very important. For example, this the conferences, the online conferences are very crazy things, no? Because we're not with people, we are making our speech and then we go for a meeting with the vice rector because we cannot say to the vice rector, I'm sorry, I'm in a meeting in the United States. And he said, no, you are here. So let's go to the meeting with the vice rector. So it's impossible. We have to find out ways to learn. Maybe the psychology can help us to learn how to live with the pandemic. But not losing culture, not losing interactivity, not losing interactivity, personal interactivity. Vis-a-vis, not.
Thank you, Sam. Before giving the word to Sandra, I will give to João. How we can communicate in science with pandemics from your point of view?
Well, the first thing I think I should say is that the word contacto means it has to do with touch. And that's how human beings interact, is by touching, is by getting in contact. There was a recent review study of 1,000 different research papers which were published on psychological effects in 100 countries. The study, which is the result of a work group for Lancet. It's a very interesting study, and it really shows that by summer last year, people were going back to the normal mental health. Of course, there were people who had problems, particularly poor people, who lost jobs and so on. But overall, human being wants to go back to some kind of normal. And I don't think that for the foreseeing future, we will be able to replace direct contact. We cannot touch everybody, it's not appropriate, but if it was possible, we would do it. And of course, in the southern countries and different countries, we do this a lot. In Brazil, they do it even a lot more. Perhaps in Britain, they don't even want you to look in the eyes when you are on a train. I have several bad experiences when I was there by doing one of my favorite sports. So there are cultural differences, but people like to touch in some way. Now, having said that, the pandemic has also shown that we can use these tools to contact people, to work with people who are very far away. For example, very practical example is the fact that we could organize some seminars, even classes, engaging scientists, engaging excellent people who otherwise would never have done so because they had to come from America or from Japan or for Malaysia or whatever, and they wouldn't do it. I mean, there was no time for that. It's also important that these media are helping to make the world more sustainable because traveling, flying is a very stupid game. I mean, from the point of view of environment, is incredibly stupid. And so we should perhaps reconsider what activities need to be done in presence. And there are also studies about that. And I felt that we did the same, but I felt when I was at home that I could perhaps discuss with the PhD students and so on trivial matters. But if I wanted to be creative, if I wanted to plan new ideas or new experiments or just question ourselves, I simply could not. I don't know why. So this made me realize that I can be creative if I see people, if I am with people. I am not creative if I'm on an island. And being at home on a 2D world, because that's what it is, I think we are less creative. I don't think any serious artist would like to keep on working in front of a screen. We draw our creativity, we draw our ideas from contact with the others, much more than I was realizing before. So there is a place for communication at distance. We can communicate with friends all over the world, which is very nice. But if we want to engage in high-level activity, and if we want to be happy, we need to be in contact with people. We are just a part of a pack. We are wolves.
Okay. Thank you, João. Now I will go for another direction, and I call to Manuel and Sandra about that. How we can do research in this situation, in the pandemic situation and after the pandemic situation, because you need patience, and we need persons, and we need, it's a different research, not in the, no, I'm thinking on not in the labs research, because this is more individual. How we can do it in the future. I will start by the psychology.
Okay, so that has been a big hurdle for us to recruit participants to the lab and also test patients in the hospital. So we have been unable to do so. So that's why I was mentioning before that what we did was try to reinvent, to program experiments that were possible to collect behavioral data online. We do psychophysiological research in the lab. We could not do it, but there are lots of sensors in our mobiles and watches and so on. So I think we can use technology to get more data from patients, from people in their daily lives, and try to have big data to understand behaviors and to try to make predictions and then test interventions. So we do have ways. We need to dialogue with other areas, I would say.
Manuel, of course that you have bench in the IBMed, but also patients.
Yes, so I think during the pandemic, there is an issue. The issue is what the center just mentioned, access to the patients is an issue. But I think, and going back a little bit to the previous question, I think it seems to me that the future will be hybrid, presential and virtual. And the question is what actually João mentioned, what is essential for presential and what can be done in virtual. Clearly, the pandemic perhaps is not the big issue. The big issue is really climate change. And I think the pandemic is a question of months. Once the vaccination is done, we are out with it. Now we need to prepare for the next one. But I think we are in good shape to resolve this pandemic. But climate change will become more and more important. And I think for that reason, communication will change and the future will change. We will not go back. And I think that's the lesson that we can take for the future.
Susanna, how the technology can help this face-to-face communication?
Face presence or face not presence?
No, face presence, yes. Censoring some.
I'll say, but this is a joke, okay? Stay away from it.
Yeah.
It's completely a joke. So, just one thing before. So, Susan, I understand that we still have some delays in communications. So I could say that 5G is there for this, for reducing 6G. But 6G for sure, you will not notice that we are 5G. So I believe again. I also believe in a world where we can we need to have face-to-face interactions. And I'm a person that. So on 15th of March, my youngest son was in the kindergarten, so I just came, and that was it. So I'm a person that needs to be on site and be with people and so on. There are people that are not like that, but I'm like this. But I also believe that so we learned that there are many things that we can do without presence, and we were traveling too much. And we understood that we can save time, we can save energy, and we also can save the environment and this probably climate change, I don't know, with less traveling. On the other side, there are things that we really need to do in presence. And of course, this panel here is completely different because we are here. It would not be the same for me if I've been in my office just talking to you. So I'm just tired of screens, I have to tell. And yes, there are things that we need to do in presence, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can also think about all these sensors that we can have. I don't know if they will help. I have to be honest with you, because what the sensors can tell you is that you are in this distance. What the sensors can tell you is, well, what's the probability of you being infected with something or not, but I don't think they will help. Okay, so there are things that, yes. So I don't know if technology will help if in the presence part. I don't know how, at least I'm not understanding how we can do something about it. I think the technology can help a lot on non-presence. That I know we can help.
Thank you, Susanna. Now is necessary to take decisions, to make some advices to the politicians to make decisions, and it's Carlos that will give some insights about that.
Right, an easy task then to finish. Well, I think there's two key aspects that we can bring out, and I'm trying to tie in with what my colleagues brought up, which is very, very interesting. And the first aspect I would note is I think there is a growing latent demand for greater civic engagement during the pandemic and after the pandemic. People are rethinking the way we live collectively, and I think there is scope for greater civic engagement and civic participation. And I think that's the most important gain, if we have one, in terms of quality of democracy, is that an engaged citizenry means better quality of governance as well. So I think that's very important. And you see that even in very small things, but which I think are ways of responding to that face-to-face need that we have that Ron brought up. So if you walk around the parks now, you see far more people walking around the parks, meeting in picnics, whereas otherwise they would have met, I don't know, in closed spaces. So I think this is an interesting way of rediscovering the spaces that we have and finding ways of getting together. The other aspect that I would bring is that we as researchers, as universities, need to organize the way we communicate our scientific knowledge to political decision makers. They are clearly looking for it, but I think we need to find a way of providing structured, coherent messages rather than allowing politicians to pick whatever scientist says the thing that they want to hear. And I think that's something that needs collective decision making on our part. The third aspect is the role of arts, humanities, in bringing new issues to our collective mind. The arts, humanities, philosophy have this power of getting us to think as citizens, as people, as humans. And I think there will be greater scope for that as well.
Well, since we are out of time and it's now not only for the pizza, but for the lunches, I think that we put here some of the challenges that we will have, and I think it's quite a few. And I would like to thank all the panelists and also all of you to be with us until now. And I think that we must do an applause for all this morning session, and we'll start at 2:30 with the AVT from the West. Thank you very much.
Inventaste a